All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another stream. It's been, well, I wouldn't say it's been a long time, but it's the usual amount of time in between streams. I wasn't really sure if today's stream was going to start super on time or not. We were about a minute late. There's some stuff that I'm taking care of in the background, IRL, and it's been a pretty annoying situation to deal with for quite a while. And I'm just not. It's been stressful because it affects my my day-to-day job, and it's really not something that's super complicated. But yeah, apparently it is. It has become exactly that, and I don't know why, but just trying to get that all sorted and figured out. That is me, not you. Sorry about that. Just firing up the Bazaar in the background. But yeah, it's just been it's been a bit stressful because, like I said, it affects my day-to-day job. And it's actually something that could get me in trouble if it isn't fixed. It's not something that's specifically my fault, but it's like I'm sort of between a rock and a hard place because I should not be operating as I should, but I have to because I have rent and I have bills, and if I don't go to work and do what I need to do, that's going to put us that much further behind, which is something I can't really afford to do. But not really trying to muddle stuff IRL. When I stream, I try to leave a lot of that behind, if not just talk about things in sort of like a not super serious tone. But you know, that's just kind of something that's been going on in the background. So if I seem a little more muted, a little bit more withdrawn, a little bit more agitated, depressed, that type of thing, just know it's not any one person's fault. It's just that I just consistently have to deal with bad things, both minor and major, popping up. And it just been kind of hitting me in succession, not really giving me a chance to breathe. So it has been stressful, agitating, that type of thing. But we're going to try and move past that. Let me go ahead and fire up the Bazaar so that we can start playing. We are on week 3. There's going to be a patch tomorrow. I think that's going to be more of a maintenance patch over anything. It's not really going to be anything major. At least I don't think so, but we'll see. It could be. I don't know. It could be. Probably not. Probably not, though. So I know I say this all the time, but as you can see, I've been playing a lot. I already made Legend, so the only way I'm really going to keep up, like, increasing in Legend rank is if I just get, like, 10 wins all the time, and that's just not who I am. So I'm probably going to be at the bottom of, like, the Legend pool by the time new season starts, but I don't really care. I'm having a good time. I'm still making a lot of chests. I have 120. I'm already past the prize pass, the normal, and now I'm just sort of at the like bonus stages where it's just chests. So I'm working on level 70 right now, and I already did my dailies. I did buy this already, and I'm not sure if I'm going to buy this. I'm probably going to save up for like a skin. Although a lot of the skins that have been offered this time around is kind of, it's not really my cup of tea. We're going to be going through a full hero rotation today, though. We're going to try anyway. I'll start from the top with a pig run, and we'll see where it goes from there. But that is the plan for today. Kind of getting back to the topic at hand from before. I do hope that everyone else is having a good day, and that IRL stuff isn't plaguing you like it is me. This is quite the selection: Toxic Ring King Gauntlets or Turbo Yo-Yo. I'm gonna go with Turbo Yo-Yo because this getting Yo-Yo is actually kind of at least the way that has been going for me. It's actually been pretty difficult trying to get some of the builds together that I would want for some reason. The other day I was playing Pig, and typically you go weapon or shield Pig now, depending on whether you get Showcase, 28-hour fitness, or drum. And yesterday I had a run where they gave me basically all weapons, including Yo-Yo, and they never gave me a Showcase, 28-hour fitness, or drum. They didn't push any other items on me, at least none that could be constructed together over like the course of the run to make a solid build. So I was playing the best build that I could with weapons, and I still got screwed because over 7 days, I didn't win once, by the way. Over 7 days, I did not get a key item. And that key item, it was one of 3 key items, and I got nothing. So that was a lot of fun. The salt was real, and it definitely would have been a spectacle to see. If that was a streamed or recorded run. So I'm kind of glad that it wasn't, but yeah, it just sometimes things don't work out, you know? And unfortunately, it not working out is kind of bad. So it is what it is, I suppose. It is what it is. We're going to do this, knowing full well that I'm basically going to lose the first game. Let's face it, my weapons are bad, and this is Mac. Ooh, he's got fire and healing and poison. Yeah, this is unwinnable. My weapons don't do enough damage. He's got 4 regen as well, which I believe is coming off of this. Yeah, so he was able to transmute. He transmuted this. This was a mirror, because this has no regen. So, yep. You lose day 1. Kind of unfortunate. Even for Pig, it's important to win basically all of your games.
Time is long,
but fortunately not possible today. Hopefully we can make up for it later.
that's given up the business.
But we'll see. Yeah, that's not bad. I don't know if I want to put that there, though. If anything, I want to put that sort of like, well, I guess I can't really, huh? I can do that, though. So hopefully we can find some upgrades. That's a good one. Upgrades for weapons would be great too. Cannot afford that, huh? Well, rip. I know I have nothing, but it's worth going to the shops to get the increased value on your items. Just in case we find, if we go shield, then there is a strong chance that we'll get wrist. Is it wrist warrior? Wrist something, and also the bad blocker, the shield. That combo is really, it's really something. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I kind of wonder if I should have gotten crab here, but I think we'll have enough scaling to beat this guy. Should be fine, even with the healing and the shield. Yeah. We wouldn't have beaten, what's his face?
Not all Jabalians
Warrior. You don't really need to worry about that anymore, but if you do want to potentially get level 3, actually, I'm not even sure if that's possible anymore, because the small furry friend doesn't give you XP anymore, just a skill. Tiny furry monster. So yeah, you probably can't do that anymore. Regardless. Kind of sad. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. I guess I'll do this, something like that. We have a Vanessa on deck. If it's weapons, there's a chance there's very highly unlikely I do not beat her. Burn. Oof. Yeah. Wow, look at the skills. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, wow.
I've got another salvo.
It's actually kind of surprising. Did this go off even once? This is 7 seconds. It should have, because the cannon went off twice. It did go off once. Huh. That's weird. Must be HP diff. I'm not gonna complain about that. That's actually great. Normally I would have lost there, so I'm happy to not lose. Happy to not lose. So put that there. Do I transform or do I up that? I'm gonna try and transform because we might get a weapon out of this. We got ointment. You know, ointment actually isn't terrible. Especially gold. I'll just have to remember to keep some value on my stuff and not completely go down to 0. That way I can actually proc. Get that too. Okay. Kind of wish this was more than bronze, but for now it's fine. I think we're good with the Aetherite.
Let's go!
Ideally, we'd like to get rigged, but I'll probably end up getting goggles. Goggles or the barbed wire. Those are the more common items that tend to pop up more often.
Turn the lights off when you leave.
I hope not, but beggars can't really be choosers. Yeah, got scrap. It's fine. We can attempt to transform that later if we don't have a good event or something.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Lumbors.
Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer
Okay, that's good. That's a good pickup. Grade of bronze. What's this at? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for the value here. That's actually great.
You want to buy that?
Perfect. Okay, so we can start getting the ball rolling a lot faster. That's good. Take less events to get things up to the at least 10 value. Just in case. Just in case.
Noticed? I'm huge.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us.
Frozen flame. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So at half he's gonna freeze all my stuff. There we go. It's got knee brace. It's pretty good.
Fight me again.
Unfortunately too slow, but that could end up being scary in the future. I feel for
It's all
his future
about
opponents there.
motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Actually, I'm gonna up the register so that we can
But it can be better.
build more of our bank.
Mask and craft.
Nice. What do I want to up next? It's the gauntlets.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
I've been seeing Atlas Stone pop up a lot now, and I'm curious to try it. The interesting thing about the Atlas Stone is, I know you can see double this item's damage for the fight. It actually doubles its damage before it attacks, which I'm not sure if that's on purpose, because almost every other item that works like this doubles their damage after they attack. So I'm not sure if that's like a bug in like the code or something, or if that's on purpose, but kind of interesting.
See that mountain? That's a pole.
It's
You
actually
have what you
huge.
need.
The fact that it doubles before, so you always get the best possible attack at the time,
Peace.
which is, like I said, it's pretty big. So this is pretty early, but I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade the cash register to gold. Okay. We have space for that now. 8. Okay. That'll help us a little bit in the long run, but lawnmowers will eventually fall off. Depending on what path we go, we'll have to start planning for certain things. Like if we're gonna go for drum, we should start looking for snowmobile. If we think we're gonna stick with showcase and possibly upgrade to 28-hour fitness, I should look for wrist warrior and a bad blocker. So really is like kind of a depends thing.
The world is pretty scary. Might want smarmer.
Maybe, yeah. Even if just to get the buff from the showcase.
You warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
Pitchfork. Oh,
If
there's
you
an
carry
upgrade
my
there.
weapon, I fight alongside you.
Yes, I hear you, cat. I hear you. Okay, great. Already got 2 things at 10, which is
My
amazing.
dreams are too big.
There's a potential
I may be young for a captain,
that
but I've seen my share of
if I'm
storms.
offered Pen FT, I might take it. Just because that'll be a way. I'll have to cut out an item, of course, but it sort of works as like a soft
Defeat does not
way to
defeat
get
me.
all of your items over 10. And it's a really quick item. It's like 2 seconds. So if I do get that shield combo, I can do that while upping my items eventually, and then we can eventually retire Pen FT. So we'll see.
You seem lighter.
We'll
I
see.
think you
We'll
had a
see.
breakthrough.
Okay, right. I'm probably going to eventually drop the Lumbors, so I think I'm going to start working on the helm here.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Oh, there it is.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
Well, may have to actually look for Pen FT now. Oh, man.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you
What
find
a
it.
pickup. God, I just have so much stuff in my inventory, you know? Oh, stop freaking out, game. Stop freaking out. I kind of want Pitchfork, because it is another way to increase the value of our items. The problem is that I don't have a lot of space. I'm just going to get rid of the Lumbors now and do that. Okay. So now that I have 3 shields, I should also get the shield stacking from Showcase, which is good. I think I'm going to try for Sabretooth because I want the skill. Diamond Fangs are pretty important. At the end, you should have at least a couple of diamond items, so having that 30% cooldown at the very least is something. It's something, to say the least. I'll take Shiny Fang too. Health gold. It's a decent consolation, I guess. I was working on the helm.
I'm not getting out of this pool, darling. But you're welcome to join me.
There's that Atlas
Nothing
Stone.
today.
Well, somehow
Should be
I'll
at 7 now. 7, yep.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine is highly concentrated.
Nope. And
Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
alright, so okay, yeah, that's enough space. Just needed to make sure. Don't want to lose value, don't want to lose money.
Right. My dreams are too big for you to steal.
This is Square Pig? It is Square Pig. Interesting. It's got double my life because of a gold belt. Wow. That's crazy. Gold belt and it's day 5. Alright.
I believed
Okay.
in myself and I still lost.
Alright. This is good. This is good. We are in the mid game though, so showcase is going to start falling off pretty hard. I am concerned. Gonna get health so that I don't get any items that interfere with the 4 that are going to be incoming right now. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that, and then I want to start upping this. We'll put that there.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns.
Okay, nothing like that. And nothing else.
Okay.
Huh.
Maybe next time?
Normally I would go for a fight, but it's important to increase the value of my stuff. I think more. Too bad we didn't find anything, but it's okay. Okay, so this only needs 1 more, and then we can start working on some of the other stuff. We should be fine against this one. It's the diamond version, which is bad. Ken, I don't know what you want. You keep trying to come in here, and now you're like, why don't you go out? Okay, I swear. But yeah, oh, I actually died. I didn't think I was gonna die. Alright, yeah, because normally that one is very beatable. Again, the reason that we're upping the value on everything is because this gets 1 multicast for every item in play whose value is over 10. Including itself, so... I actually wasn't expecting to die there. That's actually kind of bad. Pretty unfortunate. Damn. And it was like by a literal second too. Okay, I'll up that next.
Come on in. Let's chat. That's okay.
Okay, nope.
Nice to see you.
Okay, once again, I do have the requisite amount of spaces that I need.
Noticed I'm huge?
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
But as you can see, like I said, it's starting to fall off. That was a PvE fight. It makes me worried about the PvP fights. We're up against shielded seaweed and and a catfish.
Land legs
Yeah.
make you predictable. You
Can't
move
really
in
win against
straight
that.
lines.
Not with Showcase anyway. With Showcase, it's still pretty weak. It's a nice in-between, but it's actually not great. So, next, guess I'll work on the slingshot, even though I'll probably eventually replace that too.
Bazaar's a crazy place, right? Now, if that doesn't
Okay.
work out for you, come back for a refund.
There it is.
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Alright,
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
I'm not even sure if I'm keeping the slingshot anymore. I'm definitely keeping the halati. Halati's good when you up it. Ooh. That's good. We can get rid of you then.
Even when I don't care.
Now that's giving up the
Silver.
business.
Well, good luck then.
I'm actually gonna upgrade the yo-yo here.
Oil and cheese.
Hopefully we can find an upgrade for the fitness soon. Okay, so we do have 3 of each, which, well, it doesn't matter, but at this point it would be better to have the what's it's called? The wrist warrior. Probably replace the Halati. But yeah, the way the 24-hour fitness or 28-hour fitness works is that when you use a weapon, it buffs shield, and when you use a shield, it buffs your weapons. So, like if we were to get shield on Yo-Yo, if we were to get obsidian on Bad Blocker, shield on anything else, you can see where this would eventually get crazy. And even if you get
You seem like a nice person.
haste or turbo on the 28-hour fitness, this effectively turns it into a drum, because whenever you use a shield or a weapon, you would haste. So yeah, lots of ways to play weapon pig. Not as annoying to see as something like Eel Vanessa, but
Deals, not war.
you know, what's the saying? There are many ways to skin a cat. It's kind of grim, given that I have cats, but I think that's the right turn of phrase. I saw a crazy thing this morning. Someone made a Fort Freeze build with shiny stopwatch. And like stopwatch like went off for like 20 seconds or something. It was like crazy. Yeah, like that was just like insane. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen, but I was just like, wow, like never would have guessed, you know. Crazy stuff. But you love to see it, so.
I should warn you.
I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten Wrist Warrior,
I seek the ultimate
or whatever it's called.
Will you get me any closer?
Normally it's a pretty common item to find. Ooh, this is crit. I might actually lose. Yeah, this guy's going too fast for me. Well, maybe. I mean, he does have scaling, but it looks like my scaling might be better. Wow, I'm actually surprised. That's a lot of shield and damage, but hey, alright. No complaints from me. I was expecting to lose that. I'll take the win. I will definitely take the win there. Okay.
My battle days are over.
Some upgrades,
My
maybe.
weapons, more.
Sure.
More stories. Then come back and
We'll get
tell
gold
me.
truffles now, so it's like 3 value. Even though we don't need too much more, but still.
Investment is building homes for money. I
Okay,
suppose
great.
I'm something of a carpenter. There is a time for saving.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Yeah, let's go with shield.
well enough. A shield can be its own kind of weapon.
Right. Bouncer Tron might actually be good for the sharpened steel skill. If we can get that, that would be huge. Every time you use a weapon, adjacent weapons or adjacent items get crit, so pretty good.
Fashion sensor malfunction. Outfit acceptable.
But you know what I should do? I've been doing this backwards. I should do that, because then it will get procced off the gauntlets. I've kind of been playing that like garbage. Whoops, not bad. Leaving damage on the table. No, nothing.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Oh, perfect.
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
That should have netted me a truffle. Nope,
gotta
don't need it
eat.
now because it's gold, but fine, whatever. Okay. Alright, so now everything is at 10 value or over. This is kind of at its max right now at times 8. If I do smaller items to substitute here, it would be times 10.
My people.
Should be, well, actually times 9.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Oh god. Toxic fixer-upper. Oof. Any crit. Jesus. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure the poison's gonna kill me, so...
No hard
Yeah.
feelings, right?
Double. Damn. Sorry, I have a fixer-upper and a really crazy amount of value. Well, enough value to screw me up, so... Okay.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
Alright, let's see if we can find an upgrade here. We have drum, but drum is actually bad unless it's gold now. Plus I would need snowmobile, which I don't have, so
It's
no.
all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Should be fine. More survivability than the Death Knight. I think I don't have enough HP to survive whatever the Death Knight is going to throw at us, so... Yeah, it really isn't the same without Wrist Warrior.
I've come
Really need to
too
find it.
far to let you stop me.
Well, it's a weapon, but it's not the weapon that I wanted. Small, large. Chance to find it here.
And business.
slingshot.
You see that, Barker?
Buy slingshot. And I'll wait to up it. Probably replace the halati.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabalians. You do see these tusks.
You've got shielded money tree with tents ×2. Jesus. And 20 burning matchbox. That's crazy. I should be able to put up enough shield to counter it, I hope. But I'm not sure if I can actually counter the shield they are putting up with the damage from my items. Oh, looks like I can. I just need to scale enough.
Well, I'll admit, that was
Oh, actually, I've been doing this wrong. Whoops. I'm leaving DPS on the table. That's my bad. Okay, so yeah, I've been playing this wrong the whole time. Alright. Okay, so... This is more damage. Put that there. Put that there. So, this goes off 8 times. This will cause it to rapid fire a bunch, which is incredible. Fight or item? I'm gonna search for items.
You can't afford it.
That would be nice. I don't have space.
Buyer's remorse never.
Still
be
no
remorseful.
rest warrior, huh? Damn, that's crazy.
If the Elder could see me now.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay, so this just became an incredible item. Holy shit.
The dunes are waves on a sea of gold.
Because now this is going to double buff itself. While buffing everything else too. Now that it's both a shield and a weapon. Look at that.
Underway is true.
Chef's kiss. Now, if I had Wrist Warrior, the Wrist Warrior would also trigger off of this if I put it off to the right. Stop offering me that skill.
People first, profit 10.
Which is crazy. Crazy that we haven't seen it yet.
Already?
I also need to find an upgrade for the 28-hour fitness as well.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
And find some kind of start a combat haste. It's kind of too bad I never ended up getting rigged. 84%. Ugh. Yeah, figured as much.
I bet I'll see you again.
Not too surprised. Okay, we're gonna go random.
So dull.
And
I just want to share what I've seen.
damn,
Doctor feels
not really what I was looking for. But 50%. It's fine.
mind me now? Welcome to my business.
All mediums.
Feel my leaves fall.
Medium and large sells no large. That makes a lot of sense. No upgrade either.
Ready to close the joy of more. Bring it in.
Blocking is a lot
Yeah.
like striking. But
Having
reverse.
both is nice.
Yes, I will dance with you. Your strength is beautiful.
Ah, cool. Enchanted items, huh?
Varians are here to guide you and sell you.
Obsidian Atlas Stone. It's double damage, so you double the double. Crazy.
And what will
Nope.
you buy instead, mortal? Something wicked?
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Damn. That elusive wrist warrior. You can get that from bronze too.
I should warn you.
So surprised I haven't seen it.
Unlike other Jabarians. Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Gem. Okay. Oof. Ugh, shielded caltrops. Oh god. Yeah, that's not good. Nope.
Don't let this get you down. Eyes on the prize.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you don't find the things that you need. I need to upgrade this, and I need to find Wrist Warrior.
People just
I got
don't
neither,
know.
and so this build faltered. Normally this is a 10 win easy. Or at least 7 wins, but found neither. Got punished for it. Oh, it almost played out like yesterday. I got most of the items I needed. Missing a key item, missing a key upgrade. And when you miss both, that's kind of what happens. You have a subpar build that should be able to go the distance, but doesn't. It's Gamba time. Okay. Ooh, 85. That's way above average. 135. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, we got a ticket. From what? From the Black Spider. Okay. Nice. We're gonna open about half. Got a ticket from the hatchet or hand axe. Okay. Relatively uneventful, but that's okay. At least we got 2 free tickets out of it. It's good. So we did pig run. I guess we'll just go in descending order. We'll do Mac next.
Judge me.
Not gonna lie, I've been having a bit of trouble with Mac. Like, self-poison is usually the way to go, but it hasn't been going super well. It's a bit concerning.
Reasonable. I hope that brat Quicksilver was
I don't like spending 4 here, but damn, it's actually so bad.
happy to
I'll get that, but
I mean, help you.
it's 10 seconds. It's not enough. The Viper will kill me, I'm pretty sure. I mean, this 50% chance to crit. It is possible that I survive. Let's give it a try. If this crits a couple of times, then I'll be okay, I think. Okay, that's 1 crit. 2 crits. 3 crits. 'Kay, no crit that time. No crit that time either. Well, those crits helped. It offset the poison total, so we were able to win. Very good. Very good.
It's hard to tell.
This should give me a reagent, I think. Silver. Oof. Terrible. Terrible transformation.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. Oh, delivery's free.
Go with the Nightshade.
I like the exercise.
It's Catalyst Generator. Calcinator. Do we go Calcinator?
Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
I guess. Also one of those, which is good.
People thought it was weird.
We won't be generating anything next next round, but at least we have the makings of something.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
So there's definitely
Go
that.
ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
That healing is gonna be a problem. And the crit on this. Yeah. Looks like I'll be fine,
Got
but
talent. You should put it toward noble
oof,
use.
scary nonetheless.
Another step forward on my path.
Ooh.
I spent half my life mastering that technique.
Yeah, that would actually be really good if we can get
9 years.
a book. If we can get a book, that would be huge. Just another reagent here. Region. Okay. And it's silver. Wow. Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right. If it's not right for you,
Calcinator.
I want you to be.
I wanted to make a vial launcher build work, but it just doesn't. I've seen people post on the subreddit that they managed to make it work, but I don't know, they must get some really early, like, lucky high rolls, because I've never been able to make it work, despite knowing what I need to do. So maybe that's just a me thing, though. I don't know. Hard to say. Like I said, admittedly, I know I'm not the best player. I'm probably slightly above average, maybe. But yeah.
I seek the ultimate power. I have no time.
Oh, great. We have something we can actually use that on. It's crazy.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something.
Yep.
So I can buy things.
Don't need to upgrade
Huge
you.
things.
Can't afford a reroll. It's all fine and good.
Our restorations. Our items have lived. They have stories.
Okay.
You remind me of someone that fought last century.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Weapons. Wait, what? Why? Why is this in the wrong spot? Why wouldn't you even put that
Next
here?
time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
He probably would have won if this was in the right spot.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
Alright, fine. Not here to judge. I'm just, you know. It just doesn't make sense to me, but, you know, hey, whatever.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Wow.
I get it. You're busy.
Gold Nightshade
Enjoy
on
your
day 3. Ain't that something?
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Oh, hey, look at that. I mean, it's 14 burn.
You come to these ends with that gold. Is you
It's something. I honestly don't know if I survived the damage. Not gonna lie. I think I do. But I don't know.
Hey, just let me go, yeah?
That I do. Uzi. Well, it doesn't help me much, unfortunately, but it's cool. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Do I want non-weapon items or skills? I think I'm gonna go for items still. That is a fantastic item. Wow.
I'm glad you bought this.
Okay. Whew. What an item. Okay. Well, now I need the injector. If I can get the injector, we'll be doing pretty good.
We, Reef, they don't make these like they used to.
Okay,
I
another
will
Mac.
leave you alive to learn the lesson.
If it's burn Mac, I'm
In
probably
100
dead.
years when you are dust,
If it's
I
weapon
will
back,
remain.
I might be dead. Interesting. I I still might be dead. He's got 150 HP over me. He's got a lot of regen. I mean, I put a lot of poison on him, but...
I lost everything long before you
Okay.
were born. This is nothing to me.
Alright.
With each new discovery,
Do I have a bronze item? I mean, I technically do. I'm gonna go for skill
You're
instead.
probably too skilled for my humble abilities.
Leftmost poison, huh?
It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Floor spike. That's a nice one. Valpak or Gardens?
Gigamart's owner is the ultimate businessman. Take the deal.
Retort.
Who comes
No,
to
thank
Gigamart
you.
and doesn't buy anything?
Discounts for peace.
That's nice.
For the good of all.
Yeah, sorry, can't afford. Honestly, as much as I like the poison, I think I poison myself more than I apply regen. So I might actually want to get rid of one of my emeralds.
I don't have time for this anyway. I own 3 businesses.
Sorry, I was lost in thought there for a second. Okay. I'll just get an item. That's fine. Just go ahead and transform it to Fiery Thurible. Okay.
you are
So
a
for the
child,
best.
and I will punish you.
That's a lot of stuff. Kind of wish I had a quill bore right now. It's probably gonna beat me just off of spam. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope. Okay.
Closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
You seem lighter.
Sure.
I think you had a breakthrough.
Oh, did I not have enough money last round? It looks like I did not. Wop wop. Keep forgetting letter opener is a tool. Always baffles me when I see it.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
I mean, Peace Rot used to be good. It's still technically good, but
Am I even a master invention?
I think we beat Mod Squad. Mod Squad. Okay. It's a little slow going, a little worried. Looks like we're fine. Again, for now. Upgrade. Let's see if we can find anything.
I love the
Fat.
the company's owner.
Oh, there's the
Came
book.
all the way here. Might as well stock up.
Monster skills. All right.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
For
You should know,
tostas?
I'm a bit of a legend on Palacio.
That's supposed to be like tostadas or something? Is there a meme I'm unaware of? 101. Okay. It's a lot of burst. Dead, I'm pretty sure.
All cannon,
Yep.
no ball.
The Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover them all.
Okay, that should leave enough room, so that should be fine. Great. Jesus. That's way too much. Oh, I did the stupid thing. Damn it. Oh, that was dumb. That was so dumb. Whatever. So I actually missed out on some region here because this skill, your rightmost region item, has 2 region. It affects the book. So if I put the book in here, like it has 7. So I actually missed out on a couple of region there. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I actually don't know what I want out of this. Crit, maybe one of the pelts. Can't really utilize anything else.
Disgusting creatures.
Sorry, again, I was spacing out for a second. Okay, yeah, let's see what's in the shop.
Oh, you know.
Lantern. Peace Rot.
Transplanting the scrap fields. Might be more your budget.
I have limited space as is, so probably not the best idea right now. It's actually good. I'll replace that. Because whenever I sell a catalyst, that will get me, or whenever I transform, it'll get me an extra region permanently.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern. I seek the ultimate secret.
Alright, build is kind of stalling out. We need to find the injector. We need to find moose staff. It's gonna be pretty hard to beat this because this is scaling plus lifesteal. Pretty sure I'm just dead. Yeah. Do you have any crit? 10% chance to crit, so in either case I probably would have died.
My mind glows. I see everything.
Feel the difference? That's the masking cry.
Okay.
Any good fights lately?
Oh, well, there it is. That's crazy. Okay.
Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
All right.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
And there it is. Wow. That just worked itself out.
Would you perhaps accept some lead?
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
All right. We'll try Ghost Pepper. See how it goes. I think I should put this as the rightmost, so I should move Staff the Boost like way over.
Oh, fine! Put some mayonnaise on your food!
Okay. Medium and large?
Do you have any really small things?
Don't think I can honestly afford anything. It's kind of dumb going there. I'll just do regen.
My power burns hotter, melting away.
If I can get the poison skill, that's like when you use your weapons gain, or when you poison, your weapons gain damage. That would be pretty cool. There it is. It's silver. Hopefully we can find upgrades for that.
When we are finished,
I was hoping for at least gold, but
why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
it's still fine. It's extra damage. Oh, he's got something similar. Oh, he's got Quillbore too. So he's going to be poisoning himself as well. Yeah, I have better damage scaling. So I've got more poison on me, but once Staff the Moose comes in, not really a whole lot to do there. Venamander. Oh, I did again. I left 2 regen on the table because I'm an idiot.
Make deals, not war.
Okay, we're not going to do it this time. Okay? Okay. Okay. Alright. didn't fuck it up this time. But it could be better. It could be better. Optical augment. Would I remove venomous dose? Or philosopher's stone? I don't know. Spider Mace having crit would be crazy.
I'm so glad we could share.
We'll give it a try because we have a PvE fight coming up. Ooh. Yes. That feels bad, but hopefully I'll find it again. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just... now we don't have to worry about extra regen. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Gonna try putting that back in. Maybe if we get another mace or something, maybe I'll put that in instead. Obsidian dagger. No, thank you.
Bare hands are not enough.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Agent. Loot, I guess? That's good, that's nice.
You remind me of someone I fought last century. I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
I don't really like giving up the stone, because the stone can crit and get us like a whole bunch of damage in the form of regen, but if this is more consistent, then probably do that instead. Yeah. So far, so good. Can't escape the Venomanders. The Pierce?
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more. I hope you live long enough to reconsider. Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
There's just so much I want to incorporate into this build, and you just can't. Okay, yeah. We definitely have to go for Big Ego here. Having lifesteal would be insane. It would just make us that much stronger.
I thought I'd reached the limits of the art.
Especially if we're critting. Well, darn. too bad, so sad.
The work is never done. It can always be better. The fire softens before it strengthens.
Okay.
Small things remind me of seeds. Acorns.
Very nice.
Loose comes back home. I'm gonna be a business tree. Another step forward on my path.
Haste. This would double the haste, right? So then this would end up being 1 for 2. I don't think that's worth it, to be honest. I'd almost rather get slow on it. Oh, that works too. That's good. I don't mind resto adrenal. What's this called?
Underestimate me.
Does adrenal convert?
Makes this more fun.
Yep. Okay. That's kind of going to be shooting myself in the foot as far as, like, self-heal. So it's going to knock my crit down, but...
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
I think that's okay. I think the enchant that we want for the rapid injection system would probably be a shield. Something different for a change. Can I even afford the upgrade for this? Probably not. Oh, that's good. Probably want to find an enchant for the mace too. Poison or slow. Wow. I mean, man. Well, now I'd lose access to money. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can hold off. Do I survive Veteran Octopus? Maybe. We'll find out. This guy's got a lot of HP, and he actually does a lot of damage now, so... Okay. The answer is yes.
Another specimen for my collection.
Of course, we get a cutlass, which is essentially just a squished, squished PNG, kind of.
After all these centuries, there is still more.
Ooh, we can do a lot here. First time you fall below half. First time you use... no, we want... we'll take that. We wanted the other one.
There are secrets beneath our feet.
Wanted the other one, but that's fine.
Do you have to leave already?
Alright. Got a Vanessa. Is it eels? It is day 10. It looks like eels. Yep. Yeah. Thankfully, it was a Julian and not a card table. I think if it was a card table, I would have lost for sure. But yeah, happy that it was not that.
Got any new playlists for me? Feel the tunes?
Oh, there's the book.
I'm gonna rub this
How about
stuff
that?
on you. Don't make it weird.
All right. Nope. Conduit. I mean, well, we beat the octopus last time, and we're marginally stronger now, so. Yeah, that went a lot better.
A waste of my time. But
Another tiny cutlass.
each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Ah, I see.
With more time
Yeah,
comes
sure.
greater perfection.
Four now, that's pretty good.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight. You'll be back with bruises.
I will leave you alive to
Okay, another Vanessa, probably eels.
But I've seen my share of
Be
stories.
surprised if there's anything else. It is eels. And it's card table. Oh shit. And it's resto eels as well. Well, shit on me.
You fall like a boulder.
Damn it.
I flow like the waves.
Yep. Literal card table difference.
An advance payment for your bright future.
No, I
Space is
don't
my
want fire.
canvas, and time is my paint.
There's a chance that I might get fire though.
All things can become beautiful.
Toxic.
My journey has been
It's
long.
actually kind of bad. I really don't want that much poison on me, to be honest, but okay, so that's 9. Improve your weapons.
Every action changes future. Form is too deep for you. Form could give
Oh,
you
that
more
is
arms.
amazing.
Are you compatible?
Okay. Wow. Alright, well, since they keep offering us octopus, let's see what it looks like now. This is toxic. Oof. there's a way to cleanse that without overriding an enchantment, but...
Not all my subjects
24 region. Wow. Okay. That's the third time in a row that we've gotten that.
I can hear my sister's laughter.
Let's go with skills.
But he can never surpass me in years.
Slow 3 for 3. Yeah, sure.
Every coin goes back to our community.
This may go off.
Thank you.
But in a prolonged fight, 3 for 3 could be the difference, so it's worth it, I think.
Nothing I can do about your poor judgment.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. Okay, now sell me something. Something huge.
Normally that would be crazy, but if we can crit quicker, it's probably worth it.
I will remain.
You should know, I'm a
It is Vanessa, so Eels, Nest, Julian. Oh, sniper rifle. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't think I have any slow, so I'm just dead. Yeah. I'm actually okay with that, to be honest. That's I'll take that over Eels.
Find the formula of life.
Alright. Not bad. Okay, so more Gamba. Oh, we got a chest on. I think one of the last ones. Looks like, yeah. Oh damn. Got 2 new things. Holy shit. Scarab Stash. Spring Whimsy Pygmalion. It's having a hard time loading in. Come on now. Diamond. Diamond Stash. And this should be the legendary skin, I think. Damn. 12,801 players have gotten this before I have. Alright, well, I'll go ahead and equip it in the menu in a sec. Also got another free ticket. Nice. Oh, another free ticket. Wow. They're just handing them out like candy today. Okay. Alright, pretty good polls, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
I'm gonna put Jabali on the map.
Ah, okay. So this is the what's that horror film called? Midsummer Skin? I did just get a Scarab Bank. Oh no, maybe it was a Scarab Chest? It is a scarab chest. Ooh. Okay. I'll take that for sure, yep. Let me change out my rug. I'm gonna go with, like, super hippie theme. Which one do I have equipped now? I have that one. Do I want to switch it out for anything? Oh, the scarab's nice. I do like that, though. I'm gonna go with that. Okay.
I'm here to sink ships and drink
Well,
fog.
on to Vanessa. Ooh. Restorative lighter. Fiery narwhal. Resto lighter or narwhal? We're gonna go with narwhal, assuming that we do some kind of weird weapon build.
Is highly. You want to buy that? I mean,
It's a nice pickup.
Excellent choice. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Alright, well, this should be enough to take care of any day one monster, so. No crit, unfortunately.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Oh, nice. Okay, I guess we are gonna do weapons after all.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah. Bye.
Just in case we pivot to a
My battle days
some
are
kind
over,
of solo
but
weapon
my
build there.
weapons crave more.
Katana. Right now it's only 5, so I think I'll stick with what I've got.
Go ahead. Underestimate.
Hopefully it's enough.
It makes this more fun. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
I'm not too worried about their shield. I was gonna say, once enough crit builds up on the cat, we should be doing 2.5 times damage, so. We'll be alright regardless of the shield.
Defeat does not defeat me.
If they had scaling, it would be something else. Like maybe if this was like a barrel or something, I would have definitely lost.
My boy.
It's nice.
Maybe I'm getting
I
better.
was hoping for strength, but that's good too. I think we're gonna go with a silver item here. That's a pickup. Okay.
Sometimes I selfish. So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving.
Let's see, we don't have scaling for Warrior. I'm just gonna say we don't beat him. Probably alright against the Scrapper, though. Come on. Almost there. Good.
See that plank? Walk it.
I'm really digging the new Vanessa skin, by the way. So elegant.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable. I hope that Quixel was watching.
Dragon Whelp. Oh, that's a cute animation. I like that.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist...
You do see these tusks, right?
I think that means I have all the skills, or all the major cosmetics from this, this current one. Ooh, I think I'm dead here. Yeah.
That was invigorating.
The difference in scaling. Oh, I don't have the laboratory yet, though.
Ride that tide!
So, I could definitely use that. Well, that's not gonna work. It's not my only... I think this needs to be the only weapon, right? Yeah.
People first, profit 10th. Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Tortuga. Huh. Tortuga.
Do you have to leave already?
Okay. Well, now I need to find... Now I need to find friends. Fast friends. Or friends that work off of haste. Maybe even slow.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
If I find a piano, that might end up being okay.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. You're not ready to accept the light, and that's okay.
Small weapon. that is another friend, but it's kind of slow. But it is something
Go
else.
ahead. Underestimate it. It makes this more fun.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Might be worth getting a sea shadow on this run, maybe. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I lose before I can cycle back around to that.
Now this is how you win a war.
I respect loyalty, but Kev's not here. Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
Coral armor. Yeah. Not exactly. Don't think Curio has any friends, so I'll just get a shield instead.
You came to the wrong man, stranger. Remember, you gonna be my cousins.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Okay.
Use that for the good of all. You are enough, friend, but I'm glad you bought this.
Ooh, interesting.
I can feel our energies resonating.
I do want card table, but I think in this situation, I don't know. What would I even get rid of? Pet rock, maybe?
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both. You are merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
Yeah.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Thanks for
Okay. That's good.
If you find it in the sea, that means it's treasure. I'm sure you sailors know how to use that.
Ah. Interesting. Alright.
A Gorgon always.
Oh, that's nice. I haven't had that skill in a hot minute.
You don't have time not to buy this.
Mr. Richardson.
Look at this. You'll be so fast now.
Pufferfish. Should I look for a clam, maybe? Where would I put the puffer, though?
Go, do, hurry.
Guess there.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Hmm.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
You
All right.
should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade. Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
Cast aside your destruments! Your orange guided me to what you needed.
Not really going plan. I'm not really sure what I need to make this work. Start a combat haste would be good, but I think Tortuga just needs more damage and more cooldown.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Yep.
I respect new food.
Of course
Bare
not.
hands are not enough.
Small aquatic. Nope.
We're out
It's
to
pig.
not to
I might do
squabble
another
with
Vanessa
no
run
one.
after this. This one looks like it's going to be kind of grim.
Not like other Jabalians.
That's interesting.
Well, I guess motivation isn't everything.
Full sail, my boy!
The fire softens before it strengthens.
All right.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
Eels. Fortunately, we don't have the build for eels,
Bazaar is not
so
kind to the weaponless.
guess not. Just gonna go with that. Yeah, there's no way.
Waste of gunpowder.
It's like kind of, but not quite there.
Do you have any really small things?
Yeah, no, of course not.
Oh, Fitzworth is gonna yell at me.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say.
All right.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
It's kind of too bad I don't have more rays. Force field. Oh wow, shield build. That's interesting. That could get disgusting pretty quick. Oh, he's got the button too, which activates adjacent large item. Why is it all the way over here? Why wouldn't you put that? Okay, whatever. Fine.
Ride that tide!
It's kind of weird, but all right.
Even if they don't come from me, your lessons will find you. You learn skills quickly, but it takes patience to master them.
Rana, nope.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Clamora, unfortunately, is not a friend. Holsters is nice, but I don't have a spot for it.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
Ready to pick up the pace?
Turbo Pearl.
Stay long.
Would I do something like that, I think? Okay, let's test it out in combat.
Low social status. Entry denied. Combat exception triggered. Club entry accepted.
That does seem a bit better. Again, the main weakness being that our startup is just slow. Start a combat haste would do a lot.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things. Oh, okay. Maybe next time?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Bilby. Okay. Ah. I saw a really interesting build with Race Crawl the other day that utilized the arm. It was actually really cool. Nice. Okay. We may not have to do another Vanessa run
This is
after
how you
all.
win a war.
I was hoping for CDR there. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with.
For 2 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. Nope.
Nothing I can do about your poor judgment.
I would tell you who sent at the edge of the foundation. They wait. They build.
Okay. Shouldn't it us level 10? Maybe we can get like obsidian or shielded or even recovery or resto on the Tortuga.
It's over already. We barely got our flags up.
Seaweed.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Resto.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
No Tortuga upgrade. Okay.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns, home. Am I even a master merchant?
Mac. 5
My
wins.
fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Ooh. It's powerful. I don't think I I can beat that, to be honest. I think the scaling is going to be too much for me.
I take no
Yeah.
apprentice. None have proven worthy.
I think here I'm just gonna upgrade everything to gold.
This will inspire the crew.
Okay. Okay, we do have Bloodhound.
This world is full of noise.
Freeze. 1 for 2. I don't even have enough for that. That would have been great because of Petrifying Gaze. Yeah.
Yes, I will dance with you. To be a dervish is to be free. Join us.
Does it have any crit? Oh, it does have some crit. Okay. Oh, well, that's because of the skill. Doesn't actually have crit.
Your father was a good friend, so I'll help you. But don't expect me to go back. No.
Shannon Rush. Wish that was not silver, but... Oh boy.
You must not go where I am.
Well, he doesn't have any more healing, so... Should be fine now.
You have started a war today.
Huh. $10.2.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Okay.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I'm not even sure if getting Shipwreck would be good here. Crits, but scaling damage.
fall like a boulder. I flow like the waves.
Basically lost to poison.
Could use you in the fight on Pelago.
Okay. Alright. Okay, so that... Yeah, that was great. Not the best. I kind of want to do another Vanessa build, but I'm just kind of like, eh. Let's do a dually one. Maybe I'll get one more in afterwards. Interesting. Sure. We can do weapons, or maybe some kind of bug thing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really... Drill isn't really that good anymore. Like, it can be, but only if you, like, high roll, really. I think I'm gonna go here and see if we can... increase the burn on this. It's quite powerful. Okay, not really what I wanted, but fine. Maybe this will end up being a burn build.
We take pride in our restorations. Our items have lived. They have stories.
Okay.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Space roll weapons, day 1. Nope, looks like lots of shield though. And restoration. Looks like we've got this one in the bag.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Rightmost weapon.
There are greater trainers than me. I'm just getting you ready for them.
Let's do that.
Just close your eyes and grab something. Warm
Some really
circuits to see that
weird builds. We don't have anything to do it slow yet. So... Should I try for a skill or medium? I'm gonna try for a skill, I think. Maybe we can get some kind of fire. No. Alright, that's fine. I think we can actually take on Warrior. Yeah, 400. We should have this. still not gonna make 3 before 3. But that's okay. Okay, we can do something weird like that, I guess.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
I don't really have tech.
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Interesting. Slower freeze. Well. This is a really weird build.
Boring.
Silk scarf. He's got defense grid. Well, looks like we'll be fine.
Next time I'll show you what I learned from this.
Oof, we did not get fire. Alright, companion core it is. I thought about weapon core, but looks like this is mostly going to be a probably end up being bugs or something.
Size dilutes the brain.
Something
Mind
weird.
Shall I drop it for you? You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Alright. Actually, you have to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Aye. What you say, voice man?
Sorry about that. It's kind of funny. I was building towards ignition core, and yet that was the core that we did not get. That seems to be a recurring theme. It's never the thing that you want.
Small things remind me of
Oddly
cities,
enough.
acorns, home.
Bulldozer. Ooh.
This is a gift
It's
at any
nice.
price.
I'll float a
On behalf of
bulldozer.
the Grand Society of
Hopefully we can find
Anyway,
a DJ eventually. Let's see, 9 weapon. Ah, another battery. Okay.
My dreams are too big.
Hopefully what we got's enough.
I can see you're going places, but I'm chasing you.
Bronze.
Yeah,
Let's
you're
get
probably
skills.
too skilled for my humble abilities. You might prefer Argenta's training. She's amazing.
Actually, probably something like that. Well, it's both kind of the same. I don't know. I'll just keep that for now.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
Yeah, finding DJ to replace the core is kind of what we're looking for, ideally.
Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
We're probably okay here.
Tells me
I think we want the ammo stash skill here, to be honest. That or the gold, maybe.
Lads will never let me forget.
Yeah, get this upgraded as soon as possible. Silver's alright. It's nice that we got it relatively early, but it's gonna fall off pretty hard.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
10%, so this would be 8 point something. Not really. It's a bit slow.
First, profit 10.
I'll float to race Carl.
Do you have to leave already?
interesting.
Well, I'll admit,
Oof. That was close.
impressive.
Adira is our strongest. Oh, but oh, does he know it. Try Orlin. Or Nufu. You seem lighter. I think you had a breakthrough.
Freeze is good. Disruption, pretty ideal, I think.
There's a special promotion today. Those
Okay,
cards
great.
are huge for a reason. Buy more.
Friend items. Fortunately, don't have enough for a re-roll.
Every factory and junkyard will liberate every robot.
It's too bad.
Look into my eyes, little mouse.
This seems to be a much better setup. I like that.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Clock.
Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
Make deals, not war. Use that for the good of all.
Ooh. Cost 8.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
Slow poison. Poison burn. Haste slow. Haste slow. Burn. Slow freeze. It's kind of weird. Not sure I like that, but okay.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
Potato King.
Another step closer to the formula of life.
Still too slow. we need to find a DJ.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
There we go.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
All right. We'll just get income. And well, last time I went here I died. Let's hope that doesn't happen this time. Nope.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. I respect new food, but bare hands are not enough.
Health and shields.
A customer. No armor.
No, I was hopeful because Dualtron has shield, but
Go ahead.
doesn't look like it.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ah. Eels. Is it that time already? Day 6? Yeah.
All cannon, no ball.
Oh, look at that. Surprise, surprise.
Don't tell me Ford's your smith. That guy is... The fire softens, Ford strengthens.
20%. I mean, is it annoying to fight eels? Yeah. But that's like... That's more of a symptom of the current meta. Like, eels wouldn't be so prevalent if it wasn't... if the precedent wasn't to spam like a bunch of like small items and stuff, you know? So I kinda get it. Like I would be playing eels myself if I could. Fun to pilot, not fun to fight against. Pretty typical. Let's get level 8.
I'm not a fitness trainer. I train your perception of reality.
Haste, freeze,
Space
sure.
and time are only suggestions, and we can ignore them.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. You're
Man.
not ready to accept
Not the
light,
stuff I'm looking for.
and that's okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
9 prestige, okay. Katana, lifesteal. Scaling damage. Okay. Well, we should be able to outrun this guy.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Damage starts a bit too low. Kind of lucked out, I guess. Could have been eels. Could have been worse.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Oh, hey,
Use
how
it
about that?
well. Make me proud.
Okay. I see.
The work is never done. It can always be better. Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
We have vehicles, so actually getting command ship would be huge. It's an extra 15% off of like everything. Can get a lot of these under 4 seconds. We can get like an obsidian chant or like shield or heal on that. That would be insane. Oh my god, we actually got it. 5.4, 4.7, 3.6. It's incredible.
Did you liberate today? 1,000?
Oh, hey, look at that.
Okay? He's fighting for all of us.
3.5, 3.6. Okay. Silver friend? That's hilarious. It's too bad we don't have diamond fangs too, huh? Turbo pulse rifle. That's pretty cool. Okay, I assume it's eels.
I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Cutlass. 98% chance to crit. 4.8. And it's got no...
Got talent. You should put it toward noble.
What's it's called? Not scaling, he's got Julian, but no cooldown reduction.
Come on in.
That was a really nice high roll on the command ship.
Maybe if I got better goods.
This would probably cost like 20. Oh man. Alright, fine. 1 extra second of freeze. Yeah, we're gonna try and see if we can get lifesteal. That would be huge.
I must know. Who trained you?
Ah, okay. Death caps. Medium and large. I'll actually take a chance on a transform, why not? Toxic rocket launcher. Do I want to put the shield on the bulldozer or the shield on the wasp? The wasp is going off more often, even Even though the bulldozer is a nice chunk, but I think that's the better and or right call. Wow. What's it at now? 2.3. Okay.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Got shiny money tree. I should scale enough where this shouldn't be a problem.
I believed in myself and I still lost.
How often did all of this stuff go off? 14 times, 24 times. Wow. That's crazy.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you. Oh, I didn't want to sell that.
That's disappointing. Disguise the scythe, but not the hammer. I actually don't know if I beat him. I'm gonna try it, but because winning would get us to level 11, which would be nice. I don't know. We can beat him, in fact. You freeze, your items gain 3%. That's good. We freeze twice.
As you free me, I will free others. Until next time.
If I get the one that upgrades a friend, that would be good. Core. Yeah, actually that's good because that'll up the damage on this.
You're my favorite.
Kind of poor, so I'll just go for freebies to get some gold banked. It's not much, but it'll work.
To dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Ooh, Cthulhu builds. I like it. I respect it. And now we got scaling for the Firefly, which is insane.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
As well as scaling for the bomb squad too. That's good. Okay, we are in unknown territory now. Dooley usually never makes it this far.
Cast aside your destruments.
Or usually you'd see Dooley fall off at this point, so it's actually pretty cool that we're still hanging in there. Ooh, robotics factory. tempted, but I do not have enough. I would need to sell like both of these essentially. No, thank you. Octopus or Titan? I actually want to try for Juggler here. Because we've got so many small items that actually getting them to charge the bulldozer would be insane. In an ideal world. That would be nice. Oh man. Maybe we'll get another opportunity.
Well, howdy, hero.
That's fine.
That's a bargain.
Get that. Crit, I guess. Yeah.
Waiting for you.
It's too bad we don't have like crit on haste. That would be really good.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Oh, look at that.
Not right for you, bring it back.
Diamond DJ. Pig has died. 5 wins. I'm gonna assume some kind of fixer-upper build. Square pig. Oh, wow. 77% chance to crit. She's got shiny Atlas stone. Yikes. Well, that's scary.
Oh, don't let this get you down.
And I actually almost beat him. Just didn't have the shield to quite pull that off. Okay. Let's enchant the bulldozer. Actually, burn on the bulldozer isn't bad because we have the searing flames thing. At least I think so. It could be the difference maker. I don't know.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Still probably would have been better if we got like shield or resto or obsidian. Hell, even shiny. But oh look, hey, we got another chance. Oh yeah, look at that. Whew. That was a bomb waiting to go off there. Oh man, come on. Alright, sure.
But Kev's not here. My work is for the glory of Samaska. So, tell some.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Man, never bugs.
Go see Poe.
Just have not seen one after a certain point.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Shark Ray. Uh-oh. Obsidian Shark Ray too. Yeesh. Well, looks like that's not going to be a problem. Oh, he had reel him in too. Damn. Hmm. That would have been not okay. I don't have any medium items left. I guess I'll just grab random freebie stuff. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can find any more upgrades for bugs. Oh. Quite the spread there.
Okay. It was nice to see you.
Alright. I think we can beat the district. Pretty sure. If not, we'll just get walloped, but both freezes went on the soil of the district. That's pretty good. Wow. That's a lot of shield. Holy shit.
I've been watching your progress. At last, here you are.
Yeah, it fires off enough that
Impressive.
could make the difference there. Burn items. Hoo-hoo, fiery kinetic cannon, that's cool. Fiery gamma ray.
I'll keep them burning until you return.
Slow item. Sure. Wow, that's a slow item. Alright, well, end of the line. Vanessa also at 9 wins. I'm going to assume this is eels, probably. If it's eels and card table, we are screwed. Ooh, Radiant Greatsword. That's interesting. Wow, 104% crit. Okay. I think we actually win.
Defeat does not
Holy
defeat
shit,
me.
we did it. No way. Our only tenor today has been a dually run. Wow, never would have guessed. That's awesome. That's so cool. Makes me really happy inside. I'm not used to dually doing that well, so that's so cool. Okay, we do have 15, so let's get a tenor in there. And we can do like one more. Oh, hey. Got a diamond dupe again. What's this? It's gold rug. Okay. Cool. We're almost back up to 13k. That's a nice even number. 12. 12-8. I like it. We did just get a new pig skin, so I'll do another pig run. I think our last pig run was like a 6. Got like 6 wins, so. Ooh, shielded Ring King gauntlets, hell yeah. Well, I guess I know what we're gonna try and do then. I'm gonna get the income here. actually boost the damage on that. These are both 3 seconds, right? Yeah, so it's literally 2 attacks to my 1 double. Okay, Fang would be nice.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not
Pelt.
Smart shoppers buy vintage. They don't make these like they used to.
Oh, right, the income does go up when you have that in play, I forgot.
Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Okay, that's
So,
good.
how about this
That's
leather
good.
Oh,
Take that.
I get
Take
it.
that as well.
Enjoy your
Maybe we can start building value on some of this stuff. Can't do anything with that yet, so we'll just roll with that and hope for the best.
Boring! I should warn you. I'm not like other
Sunderer. Oh shit. It's very anti-me. Damn. Hopefully I'll be okay. I think I will. I'm already ahead by a decent amount of damage. Yeah, I'll be fine. Sunder is good, but it's just not going to be enough. It's pretty close though.
Well, I guess motivation isn't everything.
Not a bad choice by any means. Actually, pretty good choice.
It takes
Nice.
real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Okay. Meantime.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. Use it well.
I need to find a yo-yo. That's not bad.
Stillness. I prefer action.
Sale, no sale. I want what's. I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Warrior, do we beat Warrior? I mean, I think the shield helps us out a lot. $60.96, basically 200. Then this gets boosted. I don't know, to be honest, because he's gonna have shield as well. I don't think I do. I think that we're just gonna go for the scrapper just to make sure that we get the EXP. I mean, Warrior doesn't even give us 3 XP anymore. It's just really the gold. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we went up against Warrior, we would have died. It's a good thing we didn't. That That would have put us pretty far behind and would have sucked.
Shabalians are pacifists.
It's nice, like that. Actually, I want to upgrade the card.
Our items have lived. They have stories.
Because now we will for sure get that to a value of at least 10.
Come with no weapons, leave with use that for the good of all.
Great. Start upping that next.
I can feel our energies resonating.
Okay. All right.
Big for you to steal. You do see these tusks, right?
Ooh, scaling might be our undoing here.
Next time I'll show you what I learned from this.
Looks like I was wrong. Happy to be wrong.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Okay.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. You want to buy that? I mean,
Happily take a
excellent
pen
choice.
FT.
You're a smart one for your size.
You're huge. Do you have any huge items?
Eat. Okay. Oops.
I only sell things so I can buy
Okay.
things. Huge things.
We should be good here.
What you saying, voice man?
I hope. I think our scaling's enough, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I think we're gonna be fine.
Hey, allow it! You probably ain't even got nothing.
Ay, Uzi. Oh. Well. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna say no to that. In fact, I will start working on this next, I think.
Delightful to see you, darling.
No.
No doubt meeting me was chosen enough.
Only mediums because, of course. Keep pitchfork in. Do I do that? Slingshot. That's probably alright.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Face roll weapons. Okay.
Bring her about!
Ooh,
I've got another
close.
salvo with me.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Well, good luck then. Tightened, tempered, oil, and tube.
Okay, I think I was working on the second ring king. Gold.
Are tools weapons? Well, that's up to you.
Oh, that's nice.
See ya. A bucket saved my life once. You just never know.
Okay. Second pair, that's nice. We need to find a bad blocker ASAP. Meantime, I'll sub back in that. Flame Juggler, that's diamond. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's. I'm not confident we could get enough shield in time. Might as well not tempt fate, right? Ooh, gold. Okay.
My battle days are over, but my weapons
Hey,
enjoy
there's
the
Yo-Yo.
thrill of battle. Well, you can. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
Okay, where do I want to put the yo-yo? I guess between those two.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. I'm so
Nice.
glad we could share this experience today.
Yeah, we'll just hold off on that, I guess. It's at 6. Okay.
I should warn you. I am like other Jabonians.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
Ooh, femur. Lifesteal.
If you think you've hurt my feelings, I assure you I have none.
Okay, he did have one slow, but did that go off at all? It doesn't look like it. No, it did not. Okay. Not enough activators.
See me now.
But is already set up. Okay, I need to... Need to make space.
We made progress today. brave. I'm proud of you.
Okay, we'll up the yo-yo next.
Few warriors live to retire. By my weapons. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Mr. Pygmalion. A man who understands business.
Hey. It's been a while. Yeah, it's a pretty good board right now. We're trying to build into something, so hopefully we can find
that same investment once. I'd say the
28-hour fitness. That would be nice. Let's get rid of that.
A wise investment, Mr. Pygmalion.
Yeah, pretty great board. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm good. How about you? Doing great. Actually doing really good today. So, yeah, it's been nice. Very chill. No complete, like, outright losses in the Bazaar. So, yeah, overall I'd say it's a great day. Diamond Fangs? Oh man, come on. Alright, we're upping the yo-yo.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Oh, that's
Whoever
nice.
said money can't buy class had neither.
It's a 10. I guess the next thing is probably the slingshot. Shield, okay. I mean, this is cool, but it's so weak. After the changes, just 3 damage, and I don't even have snowmobile. Yeah. Gonna pass. Shielded matchbox.
My arm is the best, but I'll keep working on it.
Left shield, steal 10. Snaps gain shield. I'll just put that there. Won't get much use of it without either a shield enchant on the yo-yo or a bad blocker, but that's fine. Can give the Ring King Gauntlet some extra shield.
You've got talent.
Nice.
You should put it toward nobler use.
The joy of more.
7 for each property, silver item. Let's just go with more gold. Let's see, we're upping the slingshot. That's a 10. So we'll work on the Uzi next.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation. Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Small and medium. Okay.
Hugelings use these things. Guy from Bazaar.
It's a good pickup.
He actually cares about this.
Still no bad blocker though. Damn. Should be fine. Last time I went here with Pig, I think I actually died. So I hope that doesn't happen this time, but should have a board that can beat it. Yeah. Got it this time. Ouroboros statue. Well, right now I'm not playing Max, so it doesn't factor in.
Humble farmer. Coins are my seeds, wealth is my crop. You
Sure.
planted a golden seed, my friend. Harvest will come soon.
Let's see. Small shield, small, large, let's see. No.
Back to business.
And no. This is gonna be a rough one. Okay.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Trebuchet. Okay. I was like actually questioning if that was like fiery eels. Last time we were in this exact same position, we went up against the Vanessa on day 6 that had eels. Full eel build. It's kind of disgusting. That's too bad we lost. Probably would have been okay if we had a, what's it's called, a 28-hour fitness, I think. Silver or lower.
I respect loyalty, but Kev's not here. The fire softens, the fort strengthens.
Let's see.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Normally I would go for boots, but I don't really have the economy to pull that off right now.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is high. Fire's remorse never. Be remorseless. Tell everyone you got it here. I think that suits you beautifully.
Man. Whew, this is a rough go. I don't think we beat Ghost Pepper. I think Ghost Pepper puts too much burn and then gains a whole lot of regen. Pretty sure we can beat the turtle though, so I'm gonna go for that instead. works for me.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Seashell. Haste.
Let's make this quick, okay?
Oh, whoops. I forgot to... Oh, well, that kind of worked, but... Turbo shipment. I mean, there's the snowmobile.
Chronomancy doesn't just
I'll float a snowmobile just in case we find a drum.
People first, profit 10.
We, in fact, did not find a drum.
Not cut out for business.
Oh, we're gonna level, so I'll have a chance to switch up my inventory before any of the loot hits.
I will leave you alive to learn the lesson.
Oh, leeches. I saw Crypt playing leeches the other day, and it looked really cool. I think he's actually gonna beat me. Just off of the poison, yeah.
You have just paid it.
Oh, he had bonk too.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Good meet. I mean, good to meet you. Since you do not train with me, I will not feel shame if you die.
Oh, I forgot to change up my board. God damn it. So I lost a little bit of money there.
Can't finish the fight, but I can help you finish a fight. Use it well. Make me proud.
Down to 6 seconds. That's great. Small,
Everyone
medium.
here is huge. It's terrifying. That's fine, don't care.
Yeah, I need something aside from Showcase. Showcase just isn't cutting it anymore. A drum or 28-hour fitness. Hopefully we can find it.
Too far to let you stop me.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Nope.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
Huh?
You've got the land sent on you, friend.
Damn it.
Oh, you'll be seeing me.
Oh, man. Oh man, this is rough. I'm getting into that precarious situation again where I'm literally missing an item. Yep.
was invigorating.
That's the difference. He had drum, I did not.
What's your
Nope.
favorite color? Mine
Haste
sadness.
is bad. Although my luck will probably random me into haste.
What I've seen.
Wow. Actually random me into shield. That's amazing.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for. I've come too far to fail now.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Wow. Just
It's okay. It was nice to see you.
no large items, huh? Now you give me a weapon shop? Okay.
Oof. Enjoy the thrill of battle. While you can.
Atlas Stone. I mean, that's potentially good, yeah.
Action.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice.
Nah. Wow.
Make deals, not war.
Okay. Oh, come on. Now the game is trolling the shit out of me. Like, drum or 28-hour fitness. God, neither. Oh man, this might be worse off than the previous builds. Oh, just dead. Shiny forklift. Wow. Alright, fair enough. Well, that's just another build that had potential, and I just lacked a key item, just like last time. In fact, this build did one victory less, so it was actually worse somehow. Damn. Big sad. God, I don't know. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. I'll do one more. Why not? I'll do one more. Do I do Mac or Vanessa? Mac or Vanessa? God, I don't know. I'll do Vanessa. Why not? Last one for the day. Sorry, I was responding to some text messages. Deadly narwhal, toxic coral. Poison equal to 10% of this item's heal. When you buy an aquatic item, this gains heal plus 3. I mean, poison's good, but it's like, I don't know how I would make that work. Pet rock. Narwhal. I would need an early diving helmet to make this work. I'm gonna go with a narwhal.
Make deals, not war. I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Wow, this is kinda awful. Pyro, I guess. I don't know. Cinders. Okay.
You've just taken the first step toward good buyer's remorse. Never be remorseless. Tell everyone you got it here.
I'm gonna try for a silver item. Fang isn't bad, actually. Hopefully that's enough. It probably won't be, but
it makes this more fun. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
oh god, they're scaling. Well, I'm literally dead because of the stupid fucking shark claws. God.
Wholesale, my boy.
Ridiculous.
quickly. Maybe I'm getting better.
Yeah, I don't really want the damage on that, so let's do this.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Small burn. We'll see if we can get something from the shop.
Sometimes I sell stuff.
That's all crap.
It was nice to see you.
Alright, well, I mean, Thief should be fine.
We want it.
Warrior just... that isn't even a thing. Nothing to consider. Oh, come on, man. You have 50% crit?
An outrage.
You've not crit less than the amount of times that you've actually crit. Let's go for a skill.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight. Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you. Enjoy the thrill of battle while you can. No
So
fortune,
maybe.
stillness. I prefer action.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Rocket launcher. Okay. Burn skill. Pretty sure, yeah, just the burn alone has got me. Got nothing to prevent that.
Ride that tide!
I'm also getting no scaling.
G'day.
Which I do not like.
See you later.
Okay, let's go for a free one. Not a great one to get. I mean, there is the possibility of turning this into some kind of ammo build. Like maybe if we get pistol sword, could maybe make something out of it.
Hey, allow it! You probably ain't even gone now.
Small weapons, small and large. Just in case.
Our master merchant makes sail.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Shark ray. I'm considering shark ray.
Go make some more stories. Then come back and tell me.
Okay. So we need to find dive weights, and we also need to find shot glasses.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
He's got scaling.
All cannon, no ball. Now this is how you win a war!
Don't tell me Ford's your smith. That guy is tightened, tempered, oiled, and tuned.
Come on in. Let's chat. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Man, I have like no funds. Ah. T. It's not going to get a ton of damage, but
The Bazaar is an overripe fruit.
it's something. I would prefer, what's it's called, the bow instead.
Inlander.
I'm like blanking on the name right now, but maybe we'll see it.
Sale, no sale. I want what's
There it
right
is.
for you.
Arbalist. The thing that sucks is it only has one,
If it's not right for you,
one ammo,
I
so
want you to be happy.
makes it pretty tough. Just go with health. Yeah, we really need more sources of
We're out to
of haste.
king, not to squabble.
Hopefully we can find some. And fast, too.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder. Rally, men! Blades to the wind! There are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
Okay, haste items, please. That is a haste item.
Blah, blah, blah. Bye.
We need more. We need this to be not bronze. Gonna get change here. I don't know which one is better. I'm gonna go here.
Oh, blast you, Sky Eye! If my boots don't blow up. Next time, I'll just walk on the ground.
Oh. Two seconds, that's good.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Oh gosh. Okay. This is a bit rough going.
Take your time.
Maybe we can find another arbalist. Upgrade. So we can squeeze a bit more damage out, but
See that mountain?
not looking like
That's
it here.
He might have what you need.
Okay.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. Bravery
No,
without
we
strength
cannot.
is a sword
Damn.
without a blade.
Yeah, we basically need to one shot our opponents here.
Kingdom.
Okay, like you keep giving me medium, but like medium is not what I want unless it's like something for the like an upgrade for the arbalist. Like I need. That's a good one. That's a very good one. What's the weakest item on the board? Fang, actually. Alright, well it's more damage, but it's still not enough. There we go.
Waste of gunpowder.
Nice.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is
Okay,
highly
please some
concentrated.
kind of haste item. That's
Remember,
great.
diamonds come in small boxes.
We don't need fine upgrades for that. Okay, so what is the weakest? Honestly, probably the bolus. We want to do that so it takes 2 seconds off between 2 aquatic items. Probably be getting rid of the calico next. Please. If it was like a poison, one of those, I probably would have taken it, but
My fight isn't with you.
hell, even a poison arbalist might have been good. Katana showcase. Okay, showcase build. Gotcha. Come on. Okay. Ooh, close.
Full sail, my boy.
You had a chance at Damascus steel. The fire softens before it strengthens.
Okay, so now it's 80 damage instead of 60.
You're huge. Do you have any huge items?
That's a nice pickup.
Now sell me something.
It's 1 more second of haste. That is also excellent. That's 1 more ammo. Wow. Incredible. I think that's an extra second of haste as well. Okay, pretty good. I think we're gonna go here. We're still too weak for the ghost pepper. I think the next item to get rid of is the calico. Nice crit.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Wow.
Happy to make a sale.
That's an upgrade for sure. Okay.
I would never.
Mind you, we do want to keep our items small, just because, we want as many triggers for the holster as possible. 3. Yeah, we don't have enough for Salt Claw.
Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Heals, of course. I should be able to one-shot him, though.
Like my crew says at the bar.
Just need to survive until then. He's almost got a full build. He's just missing the scope.
Ride that tide!
Which is crazy.
I get it. My training is strange.
Gains haste. If it has haste, it gains 5 damage. Large item. That's extra damage, yeah.
Are only suggestions, and we can ignore them.
It's not a lot, but it is extra.
People first, profit 10th. Maybe I'm not cut out for business.
Discounts for peace.
Shipwreck.
I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
I mean, we don't crit often, but could get some cooldown, so. It'd be really nice if we could get, oh, that's nice. We could get a Bloodhound. No, we're not going to use scopes, so 8 seconds, that's not bad.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things.
Oh, we have just enough. Nice.
I carry this company.
Haste 1 for 3.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Ah, Cthulhu builds. I love it. Can we one-shot? We can if we crit. What's that? 13%. Nice. Good crit.
Now this is how you win a war.
Yes, we need all the money that we can get.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Really don't need to upgrade that. Well, unfortunately we have a lot of weapons, quote unquote, so don't think that's happening today. I think what we want for the Arbalist is probably Obsidian or Shiny. Yeah. Maybe even Resto. Resto would be
See
okay.
that plank? Walk it.
Heal, charge a shield. Seaweed. Oh, that's quite the slow item. I was gonna say we could get a dupe actually if it all turns out pretty good, but
Come
burn.
to learn the way of flame.
No. Okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
My people believe in peace.
Money tree. Okay, this has to be. I have to survive long enough to like two-shot him. Dog, don't crit. Okay, nice. Ooh, 49% chance to crit. Wow. Okay.
Blades to the wind.
Shield. I don't hate shield. It's just not good against poison. But I'll take shield. It might give us that extra edge. You never know. Let's see. Medium and large.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
Maybe Arbalist upgrade? Nope.
Am I even a master merchant?
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Oh, nice. Wow. The rare bronze at day 10. That's something. When you use a friend, hasted for 1 second, adjacent items are friends. I lose 2 triggers. Alright, I'm gonna give it a try.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you,
Okay,
come
this is
back
a friend. I want to do that. When you use a friend, haste for 1 second. Okay, so that's potential. Property Baron's probably gonna kill me, so we'll test it out on this guy.
The Bazaar is corrupt. Let the desert cleanse you.
We need the skill when you haste, gain crit. That would be ideal. Sunderer. We're also poor, so We're gonna be taking freebies wherever we can get them.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
Slow. Slow works as well. Or I could get ammo.
Hello, friend. Can I remote
More of a
update in
multiplier
progress?
on there.
Interruption. Many students have not returned. I worry
Okay,
my
that's
training
great.
is inadequate.
You should know.
So we don't have to wait for the flask anymore.
My dreams are too big for you to
We can fire at will. Shielded luxury tents. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, for real? Jeez.
Well, I'll admit,
Cool.
that was impressive.
Yeah, this is actually working out pretty good. Well, up until I lose ammo. Yeah. All right.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
I don't need to upgrade that. That's fine. Okay. So... Why is this at 6.6? Oh, because of the feather, right? Right.
Use that for the good
It is a friend. Thank you, Keanu.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Ooh. If only I had the space. Fortunately, I do not.
If you want something big and ugly, go see Pole.
I think we can beat the district. Oof, okay. Ah. Just in time. Alright.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish. If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Ah, no upgrade.
It's okay. If full sail, my boy.
Let's see what kind of loot we got. Actually, yeah, let's transform. Maybe we'll get another, like, dive weights or shot glasses or something. No. Damn. Alright. So we have Vanessa.
Underestimate me. It makes
It's
this
probably
more fun.
eels.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Not eels. Ooh. Oh, shrimp. Double shrimp. Wow. That's gonna be interesting.
Lamb legs are predictable. You move in straight lines.
Yeah, if I had Bloodhound there, probably would have won.
I have seen what you booked an advance payment for your bright future.
Crit. What enchants does Keanu get, I wonder? That's kind of lame. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know about that. About dive weights. No, these are actually kind of not great. I'm just gonna random the piano, I guess.
So dull. Let me brighten them. The art can find a home in any
Still
object.
got deadly.
This is why I wear red, so the crew won't see me bleed.
So random. Wow. So random.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
I was hoping we could find an upgrade for like the holsters. Oh. Rip.
It's over already. We barely got our flags up.
Hey, juggler when we don't need it, but still happy to get anyway.
Ride that tide!
Well,
Ain't that something?
good luck then. Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Okay, is this like 100 damage now? Okay, yeah, it is 100.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Eels.
Maybe if I got better goods.
Mac, 6 wins.
We're out
Same as
for
me.
a king, not to squabble with
I
nobody.
believe he has
You are a
died.
child to me, and I will punish you.
They have died. Oh, I see. Self-poison builds. Okay. Yep, I lose.
The lesson you learned today, I learned a century ago.
Rip.
I am the last daughter of House Corzina. My father lives through me.
Alright, well, you know what? Not bad. I'm happy enough with that, I think. It's too bad we couldn't clutch at least one more win, but once you get to a certain point, past day 10, it's basically Anyone's game. Oh, we got a 10. Alright, great. One more for the road, then. Oh, we got a chest. Got a chest out of the seaweed. Cool. Alright, great. I think there was a rug today? No, it's another... Oh, why is it... Hold on. Why is it like that? What the hell? There we go. The window didn't show up. That's crazy. Diamond stash. Yeah. Nah. I'm okay. I'm alright. Alright, let's go ahead and head on back. Not too bad today, not too bad. I had a lot of fun. It was really nice. It wasn't too bad, wasn't too difficult. There are definitely things that we could have done better, but I think we definitely kind of pulled it through there for the most part. We just need to kind of better recognize when we need to drop certain items and all that stuff. We're kind of at the mercy of like the game, but I think we're doing better. We're getting a little bit more consistent, at least as far as the current meta is concerned. The current meta is actually pretty. I would say it's pretty balanced, but it's also pretty difficult. As we get into the later weeks, a lot of the casual players will start dropping out, and it's just going to be a lot of the sort of more active base, which also accounts for the spike in difficulty. So it's kind of what we're looking at right now. I'm not really sure what tomorrow's patch is going to bring, but I'm looking forward to it all the same. And then we'll probably be back. We'll definitely be back on Thursday to get that all squared away and taken care of. So, do want to say thank you so much for joining me. It's always a pleasure that you, and I always appreciate that you want to come by and hang out, chill, with me. But yeah, it's super appreciated. So VOD will be up soon. If you want updates, definitely follow me here on my Twitter. And I will see you at the usual time on Thursday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. For more of the Bazaar, we're gonna have a new patch. I'm not sure what's changed. It's not the new season, but we'll see if it's just a maintenance patch or if it shifts the meta a bit. But until then, please have a good rest of your day. Love you all, of course, and I'll see you in a couple days on Thursday. All right, have a good one. See you later. Thanks for joining. Bye-bye now.